Alrighty. I'm very scared for today. Oh. A lot of butter today. Oh, coffee. I want to play an MMO. There are no MMOs to play. Okay. So the biggest issue right now is going to be this right here. What if we make a little building here? Place it there. And we don't really need to do anything else there. We can just do this. And then we put a floor on top, like that. And then there we draw the rest of it. But yeah, we need to fix the line tool. Can we draw the front wall last? Maybe. Goes like that. Make a door. And then we can place this in there, right? So. Oh. Oh yeah, no. No, it's working. That's the problem. See this here? This is the problem. The final, the bottom tile of the door there is masking the ground tile that I'm trying to put there now, and it's showing the tile that's below, and that's not what we want. The final tile here, it should just do that if it's not the bottom tile. Now, I'm not really sure how to approach this. There are multiple ways I could do it, I guess. I could write code to check for like a room, like the bottom of a room or whatever. But it sounds like it's gonna be a total mess if I do that. Because it might be different rooms, there might be different heights involved, there might be blah 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 blah, there might be multiple rooms. That's why I did what I did before, where I just deleted the color, and it was just nothing. But then that generated issues. By issues, I mean I don't exactly remember what was happening, but I wasn't working. That much was for certain. Oh, and this is gonna be a bitch. Yeah, okay, this. This is the problem. Because here... I mean, it should work now, right? Kind of. Well, not really. I honestly don't know what's causing it to render like that. I don't know what a Peruvian is. Is that some kind of vampire clan? Peruvian Bruja. You're the Russians of America, dude. Yep. I'm sorry, but Brazilians have always been the Russians of America. Maybe they're the Russians of Brazil. Bruh. No, I haven't. All my opinions are purely based on playing Ragnarok online 20 years ago. It doesn't matter if things have changed. It doesn't matter that everybody online is Venezuelan now in Ragnarok or in RuneScape. We should try RuneScape 3. I've been meaning to try the new RuneScape. But the old RuneScape is so putrid, I don't want to play it. A new RuneScape's not gonna be good either. I love loot boxes. I want to play an MMO, I'm just desperate. They wouldn't let me refund Mortal Online 2, so I might as well maybe play that. I would rather eat ass than play retail WoW, dude. I wish Final Fantasy XIV had some kind of talent trees. So I could spec something. I'm really sad that it doesn't. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter that much. It's just... As a solo, I think it matters most as a solo player, to be honest. Because it gives you a little bit more feel for your character than anything else. But like as a raider or whatever, it's completely meaningless. You pick the raiding skill and the raiding build. Then you play. 3 weeks, then we play Path of Exile. I'm not excited at all, but I'm gonna do it this time for sure. How is Turtle WoW? Is that a private server? We can't advertise private servers. I downloaded a bunch of MMO soundtracks yesterday and it made me excited. Granado Espada. I want to play Granado Espada. I wonder if Granado Espada is still live. It used to be on Steam. Granado Espada. And there it is. This game fucking blows. Holy shit, this whole era of MMOs was so dog shit. Like, literally the worst games ever made in the entire history of the world. Such trash. Holy fuck. They don't have gameplay. They all play like Lineage too. Like, you literally just auto-click on something and it kills it. And they like auto-run to quests. The world looks like trash. It's all garbage. Like, everything is garbage. And then they're played with all kinds of retarded systems that are just dog shit. And it just always looks like trash. Always balanced. Like, they're just not balanced at all. Yeah, I tried playing Dark Age of Camelot. The game is like unplayable. I couldn't even move. Like, I couldn't figure out how to walk around in the game and like just play the game. Like, it was just not possible. I gave up before I even managed to figure out the control scheme. I don't get it. It's absolutely insane. Oh, there were so many games like this too. I played every single one. There was like one called Requiem. It was just like a vampire MMO. But it was still just Lineage. This is not the MMO. I have even tried playing Lineage. I think I streamed Lineage too. And it was so ass. I mean, I knew it was ass, but it's even more putrid than I remembered. Sea of Thieves is not an MMO. I hate how diluted the term is now. I don't think I... Did I ever try Darkfall? But it looks like such bullshit. I don't mind the permadeath thing, but otherwise it's just Skyrim with PvP, pretty much. Battle right? Fuck off, dude! Stop bringing it up. Game sucks ass. Bunker vs. Ballet. This is not an MMO. Fuck you, this dog shit. I'm gonna press my leap button and then I'm gonna fire my skill shot. Pew! Fires a little fireball. I stunned you for 0.8 seconds. I hate their skill design. You still have the same skill design in V-Rising, and it's just so lame. It's like everything does nothing. It's worse than Guild Wars 2. It's everything is just clearly designed around like a high skill PvP scenario, and it just makes all the skills super fucking lame and shit. War Tune Reborn. What the fuck? This is a mobile game. This is also unfortunate. They're shoving more and more mobile games here, calling them MMOs. I don't want to try it. I've played a bunch of mobile games already. I played Mobile Legends or whatever. Mobile Adventures? Mobile whatever. It was pretty good. I don't want to play Azur Lane. I hate boobs. No, it doesn't fuck. It jerks off. That's what it does. There's nothing here. It's not worth looking. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just too tired to start working. Oh man. No. Period is gone. For now. Might come back whenever. Oh. Like, there are some games that I almost wouldn't mind going back to try. Like Ion. But I know that they're putrid garbage. But my main problem with them... I've already played Albion Online, I don't want to go back to that again. But like, my main problem with them is that they're quest-based. I can't do that anymore. I just cannot play a quest MMO. I would rather go back to play Ragnarok Online than playing another quest MMO. And just go grind flowers with my fire mage. I can't do it. Like, it's so shit. It's not fine. No, PvP is stupid. When you're 34 years old, you'll see. You'll understand. When I was a small baby of 19 and a half years old, I was also a PvP junkie. You'll get it. Man. We need to save this map. I mean, yeah, I've been all the guys. You'll be all the guys too. Eventually. You'll probably grow up to be a total libtard eventually. You're gonna grow out of this little thing and you're gonna turn into a little... That's true, I will never be that. I'm still struggling with like fully giving it up. But I'm trying. Oh yeah, I need to open the website. I hope the racing wheel deal goes through. It's actually kind of nice. I'm surprised how much I'm actually enjoying this playing racing games. I did. I did my rallies yesterday. I was 20 minutes behind the next person. But I did it without practicing. On all the maps. Man. I mean, I'm not prepared to say that it's gonna make a huge difference with an actual wheel, but playing with the analog stick is fucking shit. Like, let's be real. I think what I've been thinking about, but I'm not gonna bother because I'm buying a wheel now, is turning with the triggers instead and accelerating with the stick. It sounds ridiculously putrid, but the stick is just it's not good enough for steering. It's way too hard. Anyway. What I was planning on doing here was adding a boolean. Your shoulder buttons are digital? Well, no, but the triggers. The triggers are analog. Yeah, the shoulder buttons would be terrible. I just have an Xbox One controller. But like I said, whatever. I'm buying a wheel. I hope. Driving Force GT, I think. Do something? Like what? Yorkie is talking about Final Fantasy 14 job reveals. I'm getting a little bit... I could play Final Fantasy 14. but I don't want to before the expansion arrives. Battle Brothers, oh my god, don't even mention that game. Oh my god. Please, no. Absolute dog shit, dude. Why is the game such RNG? I hate it. It's the worst. I hate RNG games so much. It's terrible because it's not like 90% RNG or whatever. It's like you have a 40% chance to hit. Like that's the norm. I can't. I genuinely don't like RNG. I want RNG to be a mechanic, like a specific mechanic in an RPG system, like evasion, for example, and that should be a specific trait of certain monsters, right? So otherwise, gameplay should be deterministic, in my opinion. It's just that you have to, like, I've talked with people about this, and they're gonna be like, "No, that's so boring. You need like random crits and misses and rolls to make things more interesting." But the entire system should be interesting enough without needing some random bullshit. You can do misses and hits in different ways. Like you can have maybe glancing blows or something like that instead. But a full miss is such dog shit. I don't like crits either, in general. Yeah, like, I don't know. People go off on like the weirdest things. I dislike turn-based. I don't think people do dislike turn-based. Like, not necessarily. I mean, it to some degree, I can see people like genuinely not liking turn-based because they like they like the like action part of it, where it's fast-paced. But most of the time when I see people talking about not liking turn-based, what they actually dislike is that it's so shallow. Right. It doesn't have anything to do with the turn-based nature of it. It's always about the games being shallow trash. Because you're not doing anything. You're just like pressing attack. The next button. More or less. But for tactics games, like Final Fantasy Tactics or Battle Brothers or whatever, it does come at a huge pacing cost too, because you have tons of enemies that have to walk around and shit like that. But yeah. I'm bored. Entertain me. I'm a 14-year-old girl on Ventrilo. I did buy something. I bought Wolsen Lords of Mayhem. Do you want to play that? I also bought Dirt Rally 2.0. It is putrid. Wolsen... They released Wolsen, which is an ARPG, by the way. So it's exactly what we've been playing. And it's like the buggiest game ever made. Yeah. But they released a new patch, and I saw some people play it, and they saw that it was like okay now. So I was like, all right, sure, I'll buy it. Maybe we can do a playthrough or something. Open it? No. Good morning, Zat. How's it going? We're not gonna open it. Oh yeah, here we need to do... if this is true, then we need to also check if we have to go and check some values. Now, it's still not easy. Let's see. If we go up here somewhere, it's gonna say base Z. Final room base Z. Get room base Z. Is that what we're gonna do? But then we need get room base Z ID. All right, so skip tile. What we need to do is check if get room ID sub 3 Lord tile position. You can go now. Okay, we're working now. Sorry. Get room base Z. And then we're gonna get that. But I need to apply this to an integer. And then we say if temp room Z is less than or equal to Z. No. Is greater than or equal to Z. Then skip tile equals false. Else skip tile equals true. No, that's not correct. No, it should be. It should be. You know, if the current Z that we're checking is lower or equal to the room's base Z position, then we should not skip any tiles. And we're... I drank Red Bulls. I'll at least 2 minutes into the work part of the stream, sir. Alright, dude. What should we talk about, Okeb? Do you have any good topics? I don't think you do. I only talk about Final Fantasy 1 and MMORPGs. There are like 4 MMOs on the way now that I'm gonna try. We'll see if they ever come out. But I don't remember what they were all called. Yeah, they're like developed by a French studio, a Turkish studio. That's Quinfall. I don't remember what the other one was called. Then there's Ashes of Creation, which is a scam, of course. It's never coming out. But I'll try that when it comes out for sure. If it comes out. I know, right? That shouldn't happen there. Lord of the Rings Online OST? I didn't. It's a good call. Is it good? Lord of the Rings Online Soundtrack Collection. Playlists. Do you have any playlists? No. Shadows of Angmar, full soundtrack. Mines of Moria, full soundtrack. 4 songs. Maybe I just download the whole channel. Is that what you want? It's so hard. It's so hard to find any place to actually get the soundtracks. Even on YouTube, half the time, the playlists are total dog shit. Or it's just like one big 7-hour video. But this one looks right. Lodro Music. Those Who Wandered. The Grey Havens. Mines of Mithril. This looks right. Hold on. I'm gonna start it. I have to find my folders. There's my little thing. Give me that. New folder, Lord of the Rings Online. Here we go. Now the problem here is that I'm not really sure where I want to do this. Why am I bothering doing that? Like, just check all of it. 4. 1. Why is there no quality options on mobile Twitch? Because mobile is dog shit, and so is Twitch. Do you want the YouTube link? YouTube delay? Yeah. But it should have quality options. I'm hiking and watching Twitch at the same time. I'm not... I'm not criticizing you. That's why I linked the YouTube. So you might be able to lower the quality. Like doing a trail? Probably. Unless he just drove his car to some lake and he's just like grilling sausages or something and calling it hiking. So now we have our skip tile thing here. And the problem is figuring out where the hell it goes. So this goes in if ctemp.a is not 0, and it's not pink. So it's not 0 and it's not pink. So this happens when it finds something. Yeah. It happens when it finds the door frame. If render state 0 or Z is less than 0 and we don't find pink, right? So here we exchange this with not skip tile. Hello, Dev Siri, how's it going? If ctemp.a does not equal 0 and it's not pink, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. On the audio, yeah. And the light turns that on sometimes. If all does not equal pink. So if skip tile is false, well, let's keep this. If skip tile is false, was that it? I'm not convinced that's gonna fix anything. But let's see what it does. Now we just have to wait for it to compile. I'm going to bed. Alright, dude. Sleep tight. Hope that Red Bull doesn't fuck you up. And now we're getting this instead. Pretty weird. Look, he's like 19. All 19-year-olds sit up until 6 a.m. That's just how it works. Thinking he can just survive on bitcoins. I didn't. I sure did. So where is this happening right now? Do I need to do skip tile earlier? Oh. This is wrong. This needs to be floored tile position dot y minus z. Alright, let's try again. Surprised I still got cell coverage in the middle of fucking nowhere. They're getting pretty good with that, at least up here too. My parents live in the middle of nowhere. Oh, that just made it worse. Well, it made no difference. Okay, so it becomes different there. Also, it's no longer drawing transparent. Right. Let's switch this around. This is fucking with my brain. So if Z is less than or equal to temp room Z, then we set skip tile to false. And we also have to do no, because temp room can return 255, meaning we didn't find a room. And if we didn't find a room, then we should not skip a tile. So that should work for both of that. But it's weird that it's drawing pink anywhere, because what does that mean? It means... Well, it's weird that it's doing it on the second tile level there. That's what's fucked up to me. Because all we should get that there is a 0. I want to say looks nice, but early spring nature is pretty grim. Gloomy as hell, and all the leaves are gone of all the trees. And everything looks wet and dank. This doesn't happen. P equals ctemp2. If skip tile is false, this still has to be if, well, this has to be and all ctemp2.rgb false equals float 3 1 0 1. Right, let's try now. It actually works now, except that this is fucked up. And I don't understand why, really. Here it works now. And there it works. So it's broken on 0 for some reason. See here, when it's drawing this, when it's drawing the second line, it's fucked up. And this here actually works now, to some degree. So if we can just fix that issue, where might that be? Why would it draw there? So odd. Well, let's double check something. before we start looking at the code. Let's just look at the actual values of the rooms first. See that they are correct. Room 1, base Z 0. Yeah. Room height 11. Base 0, base 0, base 1. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's correct. So, what might be causing it? Bug out there. I think we've already done a check ahead here, right? Yeah. Let's not do that. No, Mordenstein. But there's no reason for that to be the issue. How do I say good morning in Sweden? Good morgon. Yeah, God moron. That's how. Yes, good morning, Mornstein. It's going actually pretty decently, surprisingly. I just need to find out what the hell this one bug is and why it's happening. But none of these things here should trigger it. Are you gonna fix the problem for me? First we wait for 30 seconds while it compiles this, or bakes this shader. Still doing it. Man, why? Does it do it on the other map? Yeah, it still does it. It's so weird. The door is failing to skip this tile here for whatever reason. But if I go in here, then it successfully skips it. But if I go inside, yeah, it works inside too. This one doesn't work. So it... It makes no sense. What if I take this, draw it as door, and I place it there? There. No, that's fine. The only thing I can think of is that it has something to do with the check ahead thing that I've been doing. Yeah, no, it should just be transparent. It should just show the inside of the... But it's showing the Z level 0 works. Z level 1 does not work. Z level 2, 3, 4, 5 works. And it's just super weird. So the only thing I can think of is that it has something to do with this here. Yeah, I can fully remove it, but that's not a solution. Have to make it render properly. Am I too far up? Here. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a little check ahead thing here. We should remove from there, first of all. We are not using found other tile anymore, I think. Found other tile. No, that's no longer really used. If Z is greater than 0, then we check ahead. Else check ahead is equals -1. Don't really... Because none of these should be relevant. It should just be down here. So it should be... This happens, then we go into contains detail. It checks, yeah, everything is pink. Then we get the floor tile position. Yeah, that should be right. Well, look, I don't really want help because it doesn't help. I have a good idea of what's going on more or less, but I just need to figure out where it's happening. So it doesn't happen there. And skip tile is false. It shouldn't go in here. This is how you find the issue. You do result id.xy equals load for 1001 return, and then you see what happens. Unfortunately, just seeing what happens takes forever. That didn't help at all. Combine is not one. Finding back wall, this is also not true. Draw equals true. If draw, if ray color dot a equals is greater than 0, this is also false. If skip tile but it's just drawing C, like that's the thing. Doing this. Because it's successfully skipping drawing the, like, it's not drawing the pink, but it's not moving past the tile. So for some reason it hits when it shouldn't. And because it just hits, it's just finding the same code as everything else that just draws. Wow. So here, let's return there. At the skip tile instead. Yeah, see, here it's triggering, here it's not. Why? The fuck? I guess what we can try here then is we return the room divided by 2.5. But return it as green. And we can also return the Z as blue. Maybe that'll tell us something. Hello, Arian. How's it going? Alright, let's see what that says. One, 0, 1. Room base Z. Floor tile position. So green is the room Z and blue is the current Z. So this is returning room Z 1. So maybe it's not a shader issue. Maybe we're writing it incorrectly, or maybe we're reading it incorrectly. Let's go up and see. Well, let's read one more thing first. Let's get room ID here. And I guess we'll read the first 5. What is that IDE? It's Visual Studio. Like that, and then divided by 2.5. So? And now we wait for it to bake the shader. Alright, what does it say now? It says room number 0, which is actually correct. But what about the other ones? Hello, Abby. 1, 0, 3. Okay, so it's finding the rooms correctly, but they're all saying that this is 1. We are working on the same thing. trying to get the transparency to work correctly, more or less. But this might be broken. Let's see. Get room height. If ID equal... Yeah, okay. This should return 255. I think. Let's take a look at this logic. This is not the right one, but it has the same issue. If we get height here, height is 0 first. We set it to 0, and then we check the first 8 bits of our room. If temp room does not equal 255U... Oh yeah, we get the temp room there. And if that is not 255U, then we get the room height from the compute building data buffer. Otherwise we set it to 255. And if height is less than temp height, then we set this to temp height. What should we return? Should I return a 0 height or 255? But then here I'm trying to get the highest height. Let's do if temp height equals 255. Then height equals 255, maybe. Else or should I just not do anything here? Maybe I should do this. Simply. Whatever, dude. Let's undo. Let's just return 0. If height is less than temp height, then this is set to temp height. So what should we set this as? 0, 0, 0, 0. So then the default height is now 0. And this is where the real problem should be. These ones. But it's also weird that it's returning a 1, I think. Well, not necessarily. So if height is less than temp height, then it gets set to temp height. And that's why, because the height is the height is actually 0, but that's less than temp height, and then it gets set to 0. But it should be like this. Let's set these to 255 again. And then we say if temp height is not equal to 255, then we do this. If height is less than temp height, then we set it to temp height. Otherwise, we keep it as height. And that means if we find a higher value, then we set it to the highest value that we've found. But if it's set to 255, then we don't change it, and we just keep the initial value that we set here. Like that. And we do the same thing here. By 5. By 5. By 5. By 5. Let's try that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. All right, let's see. Now it looks correct. Unfortunately, I forgot to get rid of those, so I have to find where that was. There. If we are lucky, and I mean very lucky, if this works now, there's one bug left. For now. One bug left for now. That I can see at least. No, there's two. There's one weird bug with the roof. But yeah, this renders correctly now. The door renders correctly. This here renders correctly. Yeah, see this, the upper part of the door there, that's the bug. But there's also a shadow bug here, with the top of the tall building. You can see there's like a line of shadow here. And if I start fucking around with the time of day, you can see it starts. It's weird. This is also a bug. When it becomes night, the door here shades itself, but I think that might be an easy fix. This bug with the roof, I'm very unsure about. What is causing that? Roof edge. Is it the roof edge? Doesn't necessarily seem to be the roof edge that's causing it, but it should be. Gotta go. Alright, dude. Bye-bye. Yeah, I don't really understand what's happening there. If we look at it again, and we go in close, get rid of the cloud density, you can tell here that it's not actually the roof tile that has the shadow. It's the roof below. Right? So somehow the roof below is casting shadows where this roof is. So I'm wondering if it has something to do with the point tile offset that I'm adding here. Is it the point tile offset? What about the offset value there? What if we set offset value plus equals cstest.yy? Look, do you understand fragment shaders? First of all. You know how normal shaders work? Allow density be gone. Do we still have that there? That doesn't affect it. And neither does that. I mean, that kind of does. But it also is wrong. It's not that. Then what the hell? I watched some YouTube videos. Well, I mean, knowing how normal shaders work help, but it's honestly really simple. Like, if we take it from a Unity perspective, the shader, what it does is it basically it's the rendering step of an object, right? So I don't know the details exactly either, especially since I haven't really been doing 3D or anything, but every object has a mesh, right? It has some kind of mesh. For me, I just have my game just consists of one quad. That's it. like that. Like it's just rendered on one quad. But what the shader does is, if we look at wireframe mode, it just sends the vertices of the quad to the shader. And then the shader just alters pixels in between here. Like it just hijacks the rendering step basically, and you can change how the pixels are rendered on this thing by like offsetting UVs and stuff. That's really it. It's not more complicated than that. A compute shader is basically the same thing, except all these, like the information that gets sent to it isn't automated in the same way. Here Unity will send the vertices from whatever object is attached to it via the like your material and stuff to whatever shader is attached to it. But if you have a compute shader, you need to tell it like what to render. But in reality, also I'm not very good at explaining things, but in reality a compute shader is more or less just an elaborate for loop. Like that's what it is. You have, like, you just have a for loop, right? A normal for loop. And then you can just loop through an array, for example, and just affect those values however you want. But a compute shader, you can like you can choose if it's gonna be one-dimensional, two-dimensional, or three-dimensional, but it's still just a for loop. And inside the compute shader, this is what was kind of confusing for me when I started. No, it's much higher up. Well, let's do this. Let's make a new one. Just that's a lot easier. Create shader, compute shader. And then you just open it. And it looks like this, right? It's got a kernel. It's got a result, read-write texture, num threads, dispatch thread, blah blah blah, very confusing stuff. But it's actually incredibly easy. The kernel, that's just like, this is just a function. Like, it's just like a normal function in C#. This is just what happens. You just call it and it's just like a normal function, except that this is a function that's like exclusively a for loop. And the ID is the XYZ in a nested for loop, basically. So if you want to write to a texture, then you can write like id.x, id.y, like that, 0, 1. And this will write like the well, this will be weird, but that's basically what it is, because ID is, if you tell the compute shader to write, let's see, you have to use a little bit of math because of this, the num threads. Because unlike a normal for loop, what this does is, a normal for loop calculates like one value at a time, right? But this one calculates 64 values at a time. So if you have 8, you have to take, let's say you want to make it render a texture that's like 1,000 times 1,000. Then you have to take 1,000 divided by 8. And now you have 125. So when you dispatch it, you have to dispatch it as 125 times 125 times 1, which is the Z. That way it will write a 1,000 pixels, more or less, as long as you output it to this texture here, which is the result. That's how you do it. You use the ID X and Y as just like which pixel you're on, and the result is just, well, which, or the result is just the texture output that you have. And ID.xy is which pixel on the texture it's writing to right now. And it's honestly not more complicated than that. It looks very complicated on the outset, but it's literally just a slightly convoluted for loop. The num threads here, this is, it has to equal 64, right? So if you want to write to a 3D texture, for example, you can set this to, well, what will it be, like 4 times 4 times 4, right? And you also get 64. And then you can have ID of Z there too. And you can use that. But for me, I'm just using that's it. I just have it set to that. So it's honestly super easy. But if that doesn't help you, then I honestly don't really have any resources. You can maybe check out if Art of Code has something on YouTube. I'm not sure. But that's usually my go-to. Just go to YouTube and see if there's someone who does something with a compute shader, and you see what they're doing, pretty much. But in C#, like all you have to do yeah, the compute file is just here, right? It's just dog shit. It's just right there. So you have to assign it to script in C#, right? Like here I just have a public compute shader as a global. And then down here you type your global name after you've assigned it in the inspector. Just drag it in. That's how you access it. Then you set textures just like you set things in a normal normal shader. Here I set the texture for like a bunch of things that I'm using. I set buffers to the shader. Some floats. And then down here, when it says kernel, for set texture, it's gonna ask for a kernel index. And that kernel is just, like if you just have a normal shader with one kernel, it's just 0. And that's just function number 0 in the shader. So it's just CS main for 0. And that's set up here. So if you have another pragma kernel here called CS depth cast or something, whatever. That's gonna be kernel 1. If you have another function in here that you can call. And then what you also need is you have to have an output, right? And generally, like I think you can output multiple different ways, but what I'm doing is I'm using a render texture. You can't just render to a normal texture. So you have to make a render texture and then write to that. And then you can read information of that. I think you can also write to a buffer or whatever, but I think that's harder to really understand. And then here you do .dispatch to just execute this, and then it'll run whatever it's supposed to run after you've put in like all the variables and information that it needs. Basically. I need to take a break now anyway. I don't think we did anything. No, I didn't do anything. It works except for that and the weird shadow at the top. This is really weird for me. What would cause that? Before I go, let's take a quick look inside the shadow cast function. See if we see anything obvious. Out there. Here we're doing a little bit of ray casting. If mask Z. Oh, this is if ray is not in world. Yes, let's not look at that. Issue seems to mainly be around the roof edge. But that shouldn't... It might be this. Current tile type is less than 7. See what that does. But then I'll go to the store. I think I need to buy butter. Nah, it's still there. Not so lucky. Really odd. Let's try deleting that roof. That definitely gets rid of it. Yes. Oh. It's easier to use the selection tool. Right? Oh. Oh, yeah, okay. Fair enough, there. Now, I don't see the same issue here. So the question is, does it have something to do with the roof tiles specifically? It has something to do with the height there. The higher we get, the worse it gets. That to me indicates that there's a minus Z somewhere where there shouldn't be one. Is it this? Yeah, I think once we use map position here, anything that does map position minus Z should be incorrect. It was only one thing. Let's see what that says. After we wait for a while. It's gone now at least. Assuming we didn't generate any other bugs. And let's take a look down here. Ah, that's still there. That bug is still around. Now we have this bug again. But this bug is... This is this. No, it's this. There. I don't really understand why this bug exists, but it does. Doing a +1 fixes it. I don't know why, but it does. I don't really like it, but as long as it works for now, I'm fine with it. Alright, so I'll go to the store and then we'll slay this guy. If we slay this guy, then we're still not done, because there are still bugs for time of day. When we move around like this and we go down. Well, most of them are gone, but as you can see, like the indoors shadow, for example, or the indoors wall becomes bright when I go down here, which is obviously not correct. But the reason for that is because once we ray trace down, all walls stop ray tracing because the light is hitting them from behind, so they're not supposed to be able to ray trace. And that's where we have to determine, like, does that put them in shadow? And if it does, to what extent? What I was thinking is we can keep it from ray tracing there, but we have to check first of all if it's an indoors wall. If it's an indoors wall, then it should not ignore the ray tracing. Or maybe it should just be fully dark if it's an indoors. But an outdoors wall, what I was thinking is, once you reach this stage here, where the shadow goes down below, instead of it going fully dark instantly, so this is still a problem. This is a huge issue. But I was thinking of making it basically become more and more dark based on the angle. But maybe if I start making it dark here, like before before the ray becomes maxed out, so that it's maxed out when it becomes one. Maybe that could work. It just needs a small transition so it doesn't just pop. Also, I still think we have some issues with raycasting on top of roofs. But, yeah. Let's put this on active. We haven't fixed the characters either. I haven't done anything on the character code, so none of them are rendering any of this. But I'm going to the store. I'll be back in like 20-30 minutes. See you then. Also back. That took a little bit longer than I was thinking. I had to prepare some things for dinner tonight. Took a little extra time. Okay, so now we have to figure out what's going on with that. Brain freeze. Oh. Come on, time of day. Hurry up. Don't have all day. So it happens. It happens when you're inside of a building. And it needs to cast a shadow. But it only happens on the slice through bit. Nah, this is gonna take a bit of searching, I think. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I wanna do dungeons. I wanna do dungeon runs and kill monsters. Hi, truck. Alright, hold on. I just need to readjust. My brain needs to refocus. It is Friday. Very much Friday. I'm thinking about Lost Epoch builds. I want to play Lost Ark. I wish Lost Ark wasn't dog shit. I want to play Lost Ark. But not mobile game. Okay, so we need to find somewhere where it is rendering ctemp2 without shading it. And it happens in render state equals 3. It happens in here. If slice checker temp color is set here, else temp color equals C. And then temp color is applied here. But this is for tile state R equals 5. We are in here. This is where it is bugged. But here this only does this if ctemp2.a equals 0. And then it goes down here. Contains detail. Yeah, then none of this is skip tileless false. If shadow is enabled, then shadows applied does not equal Z and draw is false. This is where it's shadow cast. But I think what's happening is that I am finding a slice through. That's where the issue is. If contains detail, if this is not true, if... I'm not sure, it might be in here. But it's gonna be... If slice through is gonna be like down here then. If slice through... And here it gets set to seed temp 2. So is it here? Because it's not this. But see, this renders somewhere else then. If it doesn't happen here, it doesn't happen there. So where does it happen? No, this draws the ground. Where does that come from? But what's the strangest is that here, C temp should be shadow cast. If shadows enabled and shadow applied does not equal Z, and draw is not set, then C temp should just be set here. So the only thing I can think of is that shadow applied has been set. Look, Tulip. Progress is slow, but it's going forward. We're still working on fixing the shadows. Really. There's like this one last thing, more or less. Maybe one more thing too. Hopefully it's working before lunch, otherwise I'll be a little bit sad. Not there either. Where is this coming from? See, that little bit there is supposed to be shaded there. What did you use to generate clouds? I'm just using a Perlin noise map. If you have any idea how noise with Perlin works, but there are plenty of tutorials about that. Let's see. Yeah, it's super simple. There's some stuff about Perlin, but like it's literally just a texture, but like this. In Unity, there's a Perlin noise function, but it basically is just a checkup. You can also use fast noise. I think it's called fast noise too, something. It does the same thing. So for me, for example, if we check the grayscale here, the grayscale is 108.9. So this is like 1.7 or something. If this is 0 to 1, and down here is black, so this is like 0.2. So all I'm doing is I take my tile, I ray trace out of the world, and when I hit the outside of the world, I take my position, and then I check that against this texture looped. And then I grab a pixel, and if it says 0.8, but my threshold is 0.6, then we don't draw a cloud. However, if we go down here and it says 0.2, then that's below 0.6. Then we draw a cloud. So that way, all the pixels here that are below the threshold will draw a cloud pixel, and everything else won't. Right? And that's generally how Perlin works. That's typically how procedural. Perlin is basically the base for how procedural generation works for map generation and stuff. But just Perlin noise is terrible. It's not random as well. It's just static, but it's practically random. And you can also... That's how seeds come in. A seed determines like where you start on a Perlin map, pretty much. And then it generates the world based on that. And because of that, seeds are a way to replicate the same generation. Let's not do that. Not in here. Not in here. But it happens... It happens over here too. Welcome. Now, if we do this, and I then return here, and we do result id.xy equals ctemp2. Does that happen at all? I don't understand what's happening. If that doesn't happen, then maybe there is something in the shadow casting function. What's happening? That's a good question. It's still bugged. Let's set this to float for 1001. How about now then? So it is happening. Like, that is the right place. See, it's here that the door frame, when it's in shadow, it doesn't render the shadow. So meaning it doesn't find that for some reason. But this here, this means that it is actually being shadow cast. It's just that for some reason it's not working. It's like all the way down here or something. There. Yep. Here it is. If slice checker does not equal 0, we just do this. So, and the seat is seat temp global. It should be global. Seat temp do.a equals 0. It works. There, now the doors work. Now everything works. Except for that. But that's... I've already fixed that. There is one more bug that I don't care about right now, which is this. The building becomes opaque instantly when you walk out. But whatever, dude. And what we have to figure out now is... what bugs do we have when the light goes down here? Yeah, the interior wall becomes bright when we're shadow cast or when we're casting downwards. So that needs to be fixed. But I think that's super easy. See here, we're already checking front wall and back wall. Here, if any of that and front wall. Love that this takes so long. You kind of can sometimes, like when you're working on a shader, a fragment shader, it usually, as long as it's not an advanced shader, it kind of updates on the fly, from my experience. But the second, I don't know what it is that breaks it, but at some point, if you have a certain thing in your shader, then it just stops working. It has to be updated in another different way. And that's how it was in the start, and it was really nice. So now we go inside, shift the time around. Oh, it's still doing it. It's just, oh, yeah. This doesn't get counted as a front wall. Oh, yeah. I'm checking the Z, not the Y. That explains that. Try again after 30 seconds. Yeah, okay. Now that's better. The inside wall still needs more code. And this is still fucked up. So. And front wall. Then Do that. So let's do this. If we have any of these tiles, if front wall and then we have else if back wall. If front wall, we do this. And we check for shadow step limit there. And here we have to do something a bit different. We basically have to say that we have found shadow. So that's gonna be this. Right away. But should we just do that? We could just do that for every wall, right? So we do this instead. This one was slow. What the fuck? So now what happens instead is that the instant we go down, it becomes pitch black, right? And I don't like that. But I don't really know what else to do. Because in a sense, this makes sense, right? Like it should become dark like that. But I wanted to use the time of day for that. Mainly. And that's why the shadows disappear here. Because it's supposed to just be like that. We can see what happens if we square this instead. Then it's not that bad. Because it kind of disappears faster. It kind of looks decent actually. But it'll still be a problem here, I believe. Well, let's try doing what I was saying. First, let's set this back to square. It wasn't meant to change the darkness of it. So that's a little bit wrong. And my brain lost track of what was happening. Oh yeah. So here, instead of doing this blend with shadow thing here, which looks like what? It just does blend colors, but with the shadow. We need to do... I'm doing a blend here somewhere, I believe, in the clouds. Blend colors, this is what we're gonna do instead. We're basically gonna steal this though, I think. Let's copy it one more time. Then blend colors. Color, opacity, interpolation mode, blend mode. So it's really the opacity we want to fuck with. And the opacity then is going to be I don't know when to start blending. Last 90%, last 95%. So it's gonna be if abs ray direction dot y is greater than 0.95, do greater than or equal to, then we do this, but we need some kind of interpolation there, and it's gonna be it's gonna be shadow strength is 1 minus abs ray direction dot y divided by 0.05 1 minus because then what happens is we've already checked that ray direction is greater than 0.95, and then if we take it needs to start at, I want it to start at 0. So if we do, if ray direction is 0.95, and then we take abs ray direction minus 1, then we get 0.95 minus 1, which is negative 0.5. And then we add 0.05 to that. Then it starts at negative 0.05, and then we add 0.05 to that, so it'll go from 0.05 to 0.05. And then we divide it by 0.05, which means it'll go from 0 to 1. Right? And we're not actually going to abs it. Because this should happen at if ray direction is less than 0.05 rather. Because then it goes down. Oh wait, hold on. The shadow is correctly drawing when y is negative. So this needs to be greater than negative 0.05. So that's then gonna be 5% of the angle. But this is still right then. Except this should be Just ray direction plus 0.05, and that's it. Divided by 0.05. It is cold. Like so. And ray direction dot y is less than is less than 0. Else we're just gonna do blend with shadow. That might work. So let's just give it a try. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is it really the extra returns that makes this slow? Like, do I need to strip it of returns? What the fuck? I don't know what it is that slows it down. It's so weird. That doesn't work. That's because this is making it not run. See how it works now? No. Well, we could try doing this. If ray direction is greater than 0, we can instead do greater than equal to 0.05, right? And it does that. But negative. And I don't know. You just try it. Whatever. I don't know why it takes so long now, though. I don't like this whole new baking thing. Oh, don't do that. That kind of works. But it also looks stupid on the... Like, this just does not work. I can't do this. But then when I cast a shadow there, what the fuck do I do when it goes below a certain point? This is a dilemma. The issue is this, see, here, this shadow is cast on this building, right? But once I go below a certain point here, I have to stop ray tracing upwards. Because otherwise, like this wall will find itself and become shaded because of it just itself being there, right? Hold on, let me redo this to 0 again. And then we wait forever. Yeah, but there are lots of issues. It really takes this much longer because of a return point? That's crazy. We have to try getting rid of all the return points except for one. Alright, so. Let's see if it looks the way it should now. It's a little bit smoothened, but if we set this to be square magnitude there, now the shadows are a lot harsher. And now it's a lot more noticeable. So, here now, if I let the shadows go down, and once we go down below Y, then the entire house becomes dark. But the roof is not dark. And the reason for that is because currently the roof doesn't actually have volume. So the only choice I would have here is to make the entire roof dark, and that would look shit as well. And that's why I was opting for it being based on this. Like, the night is supposed to shade it. But the problem is, you can't see the issue here right now. But if we go back in and we change this again, so that this doesn't have a return, it's just shadow step limit there. The way it works now is that the wall in front won't get shaded when the Y ray goes towards goes inwards towards the wall. You'll see. So now everything is fine, you know, we cast shadows on there as well. But then when the shadow moves down to below Y, I have to make it... Because the way it works is, right now the sun is behind us. So this pixel here is... This pixel here is ray tracing over here and finding this wall. And that's how it knows that this is shaded, right? Same thing with this wall, for example. It'll cast over here and it'll find out that that's a wall. But the second the angle is like this instead, things become really weird. Because then this ray traces up here, and it's like, yeah, okay, this is a wall. But at the same time, this pixel here will ray trace inwards and it'll find itself, and then it'll become dark. But if I do that, we get that weird issue with the wall. And the only way to avoid this is if I basically... Right now I'm transitioning the shadows away when it's like around here, right? The only real way to get rid of this is to transition the shadows away when they are here. Entirely. Like, they just have to be gone now. And I guess that's what we'll have to settle on. Because otherwise, I would have to make the roof have volume instead of just being flat. And to do that, I have to rewrite the system to use cubes more. To some degree. Because making this look like it has volume using shadow casting here, it's going to be a mess. I would have to have some kind of system to determine, like, where should this hit here. I don't know, dude. It might be doable with a normal map. Then I might be able to shade it from the left, front, right. I think that would be entirely doable too. The roof is flat. That's the thing. Because I'm using the tiles positions to determine where things are. So, and this roof is 1Z in height in total, all over it. Because there's no other way to really draw it properly. Using the current system. Well, fine. Let's just settle on changing the shadow when the shadow disappears. That's gonna be here somewhere. Current shadow strength, max Z. Sun current position. It's based on Z right now. So this should be set to sun current position divided by Y. Or sun current position Y. Well, aren't we setting angles here? No, we're just setting the position. Oh, Cthulhu. So, change this to max Y direction. Set this to Y, sound distance Y, target light direction Y. And then we just see how that works. I think it might be flipped. No. So now the shadow appears at the right and the left perfectly. So now we can no longer have those issues. It's not quite as correct that I want it to be, but you know. Also, if you look inside the building on the right, it actually becomes darker. Or it becomes brighter at night inside. And for that, what do I do there? Do I make two different shadows? Because I have shadow strength there, and then maybe I need a different shadow strength that just never changes. Or indoors shadows. But even so, not sure. What I could do as well is I could make the shadow instead of turning the world into a certain or like just darkening the world based on a certain color. Maybe the shadow could turn the world into the light stencil color. Meaning that it would become, when something is in shadow, it would become the color that night is. But we'd also have to transition to night in the same breath that the shadow changes then. Otherwise it'll yo-yo. This doesn't feel good either. Its shadow strength does nothing. See, what's happening here is that even if I'm setting the shadow color to be the same color as the night, it's not using the same blend method. Here we can now set the shadow strength. And this is what happens when clouds are above shadows. When we are using using different interpolation modes, which was not the intention. Now it works. But this works better with this. It actually transitions away properly, but the indoors is still fucked up. As you can see, like it still becomes brighter when this happens. So this is time of day 17. Like I'd have to make it dark at 17. I don't really like that either. Let's try doing something like these. Where is shadow strength? Float. Dynamic. Well, let's call it dynamic shadow strength. Float static shadow strength. Maybe. And then this current, that's dynamic shadow strength. And static shadow strength is just gonna be target shadow strength. Shadow strength. What if we do that? Then we're gonna get a bunch of errors. Dynamic shadow strength. Dynamic shadow strength. That's it. So what if we try getting rid of these and instead we just type break. 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 So, and I'll be right back. Actually, I think I'll be back later. I worked over a little bit over because I took forever to go to the store, but it's lunchtime, so I should go eat something, and then I'll be back in an hour or so. I don't need to cook anything advanced today, so I will see you in a bit. Until then, thanks for hanging. Bye-bye.